will continue on with session 3, which will be all about bones and wood and textiles and all kinds of interesting organic material today. So looking forward to that. But first, I would like to introduce our final keynote speaker of the conference, Professor Alex Martire, who will be talking today about the use of digital technologies for archaeological experiments. So put it together for Alex Martire.
Bom, boa tarde a todas e todos. Gostaria de começar, primeiramente, agradecendo a organização do evento.
The organization of the
aqui,
event
né,
here.
é a minha primeira
This is
EAC,
my first EAC.
e agradecimento
And a
especial
special
também ao
thanks to
professor
Professor João Carlos
que
Moreno,
me convidou
who
pra
invited
essa
me
palestra.
for this lecture.
É meu colega ali na
My
FURG,
colleague
curso de
at the
arqueologia.
Federal University of Rio Grande do
E
Sul
quando o Juca
in the
me
archaeology
convidou,
course.
há
And when Juca
tempo,
invited me a long time ago,
ele falou, vamos lá
he
participar
said,
da
"Oh, let's
EAC.
participate in the EAC.
Você dá uma palestra
You can give a
sobre
lecture
o que você trabalha."
about what you
E a
do."
primeira coisa que me
And the
veio
first thing that came
foi,
to my mind was,
"Eu
but
trabalho com
Juca, I don't
arqueologia
work with
experimental.
experimental archaeology.
Eu sei muito pouco,
I
assim,
know
eu
very
sei,
little.
foi conversando,
What I know was
conversando,
by
conversando.
talking to you."
E ele falou, não, mas
And then he said,
você vai dar
"No,
conta,
but
não
you
tem
can
jeito."
handle it. I trust you."
Então, a partir
So,
daí,
well,
eu fui fazer pouquinho da
from
minha
that
lição de casa,
conversation, I,
aprender
you know,
pouco mais.
went and did my homework to learn a little bit more about
E
experimental
nessas
archaeology. And
leituras, nesse
in my
aprendizado,
readings,
eu fui me dando conta que o que
I
eu
came
faço, na
across
verdade,
the fact that what I do
arqueologia experimental,
can also be considered
então, arqueologia
experimental archaeology. And it ends up being so much so that
que são realizadas,
it is just like the ones that are performed, at least in my head. I hope that I'm able to convince you of that as well,
também arqueologia
that
pode ser
digital archaeology can also be experimental. This is the main idea of my presentation here with you, okay?
como tá aqui no título,
So as we have here on the title, I am going to talk about the digital technologies and the use for experimental archaeology, focusing on a term that I've been working with ever since my doctoral thesis, a super archaeology from archaeology until Antarctica, which is also something that I work in my research, Antarctic archaeology. So let us begin.
bom, os objetivos dessa
Well,
apresentação,
the objectives of this
e aqui,
presentation,
eu felicito
and here I congratulate Professor
porque
Hugo,
já
because
o
he,
tópico 1 ali
you know, the main topic was
então,
all discussed by him yesterday. So I was a bit nervous
algo
about saying something that, as I said, it's not
então,
exactly the area here. So Professor Hugo's presentation was great because, you know, it made my life easier. But then I will explore a bit of the cyber archaeology and archeo game. I don't know if you're familiar with this term, but I am going to do an introduction about these themes here today, and I am going to relate these technological innovations, these digital ones, with Antarctic archaeology, which has been performed in the group that I'm a part of. And I'll conclude by presenting the relationship between experimental archaeology and digital technologies, okay? So let us begin with number 1.
aqui eu montei uma pequena tabelinha.
Here I have a table. Those of you at home are going to be able to see it. But I separated what, for me, are the epistemological foundations of experimental archaeology based on a few authors here, some that are classic, like the ones Professor Hugo mentioned yesterday. And here, the main principles, for example, the scientific character of systematic methods to test hypotheses based on controlled processes. This is one of the basic foundational things that we have in our type of archaeology, which is controlled process, also technical causality to be able to observe technique, materiality, and function, also the heuristic practice. And I think this is one of the main things of our experimental archaeology, which is the learning by doing. This morning, I had the opportunity of being in Matilda's workshop, and I learned well, quote unquote learned, because actually my needle was horrible, but I learned how to make a needle based on a bone. So my hand is still smelling like bone and fat. I cleaned it several times, no use. But anyway, this only increases my admiration for you who work with experimental archaeology, because in addition to being very cool, it's extremely hard. So I congratulate you all, because you work with this daily, so you need to be really an expert to be able to do what you do. So truly, from the bottom of my heart, I really admire you all. So the interpretative simulation, because the focus is not to rebuild the past, I'm going to come back to this later. The validation, the scientific validation, especially based on this repeatability, I don't really know what the term would be. Precise documentation, so you need to have all of the processes really well documented, just like mentioned in yesterday's presentations. I remember Rafael's presentation. He put all the steps and the pictures, everything was documented. This is essential. And reference from the lab that's going to integrate all of this: theory, practice, and technique. From this, what I think that is most related between digital archaeology and archaeogame, as I'm going to mention, cyber archaeology, and also experimental archaeology as a foundation, as a basis, which is what you work here, I think is this item that I'm going to emphasize now. Precisely this interpretative simulation, because the focus of experimental archaeology and digital cyber archaeology, archaeogame, is not to rebuild the past, but to simulate it in an analytical manner and critical at the same time. To simulate the past is different from rebuilding it. Rebuilding the past is ontologically impossible. At least in my view, we can't rebuild the past, reconstruct the past. This is already a discussion that in archaeology since the 1950s, we do that, but still there are a lot of people thinking that archaeology rebuilds the past. Honestly, I don't believe that, but we do simulate it, and we can build the past based from our interpretations. I think this is also the focus of experimental archaeology, because it is heuristic. So we learn as we do. You chip, you nap, and then you remove the needles from the bone, and you do that 1,000 times until you reach a result that is nice. And each time you do that, you discover a new technique that you can apply. So this is a heuristic process. It's doing to make it right. Many times you're going to do something that's going to come off wrong, and that's also part of science, right? It's important to have faults in science, to make mistakes, and we have to have the right of making a mistake without being frustrated, because this is also part of our growth as human beings. So I'm going to begin with the first block here, which is cyber archaeology. Cyber archaeology is a very recent term in archaeology. It has 15 years approximately. This term has shown up since 2010 with Professor Marisa Forte, who's at Duke University now, which is the use of three-dimensional interactive environments in archaeology. The use of real-time interactiveness in archaeology, digitally. So a brief history of this cyber archaeology for us to understand what I'm saying here. It begins before the term exists. It begins with cybernetics during the Second World War, when there was a need to strike enemy fleet from the ground up. So we had firearms, and we had a weapon, and we had to strike them. And then there was a study done with ballistics, because it's the moment in which you have to trigger the weapon to get the plane. So who here has already played these games, we had in Super Nintendo or other video games with a take hunt, and you had to shoot ducks going by the screen. You never shot where the duck was. You needed to calculate it and shoot it a little before so that you could calculate the path of the duck and hit it. That's what cybernetics studied during the Second World War. How can I strike my enemy? And this was during the Second World War. One of the people who worked on this and made this academic is this gentleman here, Norbert Wiener from the MIT, and an American mathematician. And he's going to get all of this, which we worked with for the American Army, and transformed into something scholar. He published these 3 books. The first, founded Cybernetics as a Science, is from 1948, which is Cybernetics or the Control and Communication of Animals and Machines. This book is the mathematical basis of cybernetics as we know it in the engineering sciences. But in the 1950s, in the year of 1950, Robert Wiener noticed that it was necessary to expand the scope of cybernetics beyond the STEM sciences and the engineering sciences. And then he wrote this other book called The Human Use of Human Beings, which is a book for lay people, the ones in the humanities. So he transformed all the cybernetic ideas into something that was more comprehensible for those who do not belong in the sciences and maths and STEM subjects. And in the 1950s, this was very well known in other areas of knowledge, including archaeology. But what is cybernetics? Cybernetics is a term that we've heard of in our lives named feedback. Feedback, for example, when you're talking to someone and you're expecting that your boss answers, or you're waiting for someone to answer you about your thesis or something, you just say, I'll wait for your feedback. So what is this feedback? Well, it's this return, it's this response to what you want, to what you wish. It's an answer. So feedback, from the point of view of cybernetics and the engineering sciences, is the same thing. It's for you to provide an input, data. You can provide data, and they go through processing. In our case here, this is done by a computer, and that's going to generate an output, either on screen or on another device. And this output is going to be refed again into the input. So you have a cycle there with variables that change in time, the whole time. This idea of variables that adapt to have a response is going to be very strong. Thinking about processualism or the new archaeology in the 1960s, we have here a famous book by David Clark, Analytical Archaeology, from 1968, in which he shows how cybernetics is applied to archaeology as well in these ideas of processualism in the 1960s and 70s, which is precisely the fact that we have these groups, these systems that feed themselves and they self-regulate, which is precisely the idea of cybernetics. So you have a system that if something fails, you are going to have to do something to adapt. That would be the basic assumption of processualism, which is a premise, an assumption that owes cybernetics from Norbert Wiener from the 1940s and 1950s. When we get this cybernetics and start working with archaeology, so when we work with this cycle, when we work with this real-time interactiveness, we go into this term. This term was coined by Mauricio Forti, called cyber archaeology, which is cybernetics and archaeology. So what are the main characteristics of the cyber archaeology when we're working with it in an academic sense? There's a dynamic there. So contrary to an archaeology that's just virtual, it's only online, you only see the renderized static images. In cyber archaeology, everything happens in real time, and the archaeologist changes these variables in real time, just like experimental archaeology changes the variables in real time for you to be able to better adapt the technique so that you can process your product. The user, as we saw in the table of experimental archaeology, is a user who's active. He's always going to change the system with which he's working. And cyber archaeology can be applied in simulations, digital simulations, cell phone apps, tablet apps, and games, which is the archeo game area. Among these techniques and processes of cyber technology, there are those that are more common. For example, pure modeling. I call it pure modeling just to differentiate between photogrammetry. So in pure modeling here, I'm using a program called Blender, which is one of the most famous ones. We have facets, and we've tried to come up with a model from scratch. So it's like this idea of you to have clay, and then you start modeling into a vase. So it's the same idea. You have a primitive form, in the case of a cube, for example, and from that I can model it and shape it as I want. And so I can get a profile, and I come up with a vase. All of that in real time. I change the information in real time, and I build the knowledge together with the computer. If in 3D modeling, it's hard to make everything from scratch, and that's important. On the other hand, we have photogrammetry, and that even showed up yesterday in one of the presentations, and that was brilliant, by the way, which is a technique of you to get photographs from an area or an artifact, several pictures, in several different angles. And from that, you can use a program to do the processing. Each blue square here is a picture that I took. This was in the case of my thesis. I worked in Portugal in a center of ancient Roman mining site. And from that, we generate a cloud of points, and each point over there has in it an RGB, an information in the 3 axes, X, Y, and Z, in the planes. And from those points, I can generate a 3D grid. So it's a 3D object with volume. And having this 3D model, I can do whatever I want with it. So 2 basic things so far. Modeling from scratch. Photogrammetry, which is a scanning of the poor, as I like to call it. And there's also scanning done by the rich, which is what we're going to see now. So this rich scanning, this is work done by Professor Astov team in São Paulo, together with Professor Zulfo from the Engineering University of from the University of São Paulo, and they used a laser scan to scan not only the steps of the excavation of the archaeological site, but also the whole wall that we had with ancient paintings, and it was a shelter under a rock. So the advantage of the scanner is that it is much faster than photogrammetry. Of course, it's very fast, and the resolution depends on the scanner. The more expensive, the better the resolution, and the cloud of dots and the level of detail that you have is also very impressive. However, it has a very high cost, and for normal human beings, it's very hard to pay for that. And for universities as a whole, at least in Brazil, it's very hard to have funds of 200, 300,000 reais to be able to purchase good scanner and to use it. What we do sometimes is to use a handheld scanner, small, I have there in my lab, which costs a tenth of the value of a good scanner. And once we scan it, once we have this 3D modeling, and once we do a photogrammetry of this material, what we can do with that is, well, the good new 3D printing, which is one of the main things that we've been working on. 3D print is good to allow you to have a better idea of the volume of the material, because once you have it on the screen of your computer and it's scanned, you have an idea. But even having the scale, and even if you can measure this artifact, still there's no clear idea of volume and of the size of this artifact. So the 3D printing allows us to do that, so long as you have a real scale, 1 by 1. And another ease of this 3D printing, something that's also very cool about it, is that we can have public archaeology or education for heritage, because you can have, for example, a Neanderthal skull, and I can have several skulls, as many as I want, and I can get this skull and work with students, and if a student drops it and breaks it, he does not need to cry. The parent of the child will not have to go into debt to buy a replica that came from I don't know where. No, I can just print another one, another skull, and it's done. And that's what's nice about it. But we can go beyond that. We can use this didactically. For example, here we have a video mapping test. And so based on the projected light with the texture, I can see, for example, and I can highlight only the parts that I want. Here we have a little delay, but there's a part that I highlight only this supraorbital torus. And once again, all of that, guys, is not very different from, today I'm sure about it, but not very different from trying to get a needle from a bone, because it's trial and error. There's this frustrating part as well. It's not easy to do a video mapping and to print, to have 3D print. Today, even the more practice that we have with these printers, it's still a learning curve, and it's long, because sometimes it does not work, the support does not work, the fine part breaks, and you have to redo it. And all of this is learning. It's heuristic, just like in experimental archaeology.
This introduction of cyber archaeology is useful to show what's been done in regards to the Antarctic theme, or Antarctic archaeology. Antarctic archaeology in my case, I've been working with it as well. It's performed at the Federal University of Minas Gerais in Brazil. It's a group led by Professor André Zarenki. Since 2009, this group has existed at the Federal University, but since the 90s, Professor Zarenki would go there to excavate archaeological excavations. He was one of the first persons to go there. He would be by himself in a tent when he started in the 90s. He would spend months there. And now we have a team made up of historians, archaeologists, and almost every year when the Brazilian government allows it, they go there to excavate between January and February. They just came back from an expedition. They came back in March, and we have some new material. And the idea of this lab, it's an Antarctic human sciences study group. The idea is to discuss this process of changes and transformations in relationships between humans and the Antarctic. And what is the importance of that? Why study Antarctic archaeology? Well, if you were curious to study a bit, you've probably seen those big names, Shackleton, those great navigators and captains who learned about the region, but they were the ones who became famous. The ones who went there especially for working in the 18th and 19th centuries, were people like us, ordinary Joes, who would board these ships, usually from the US. They would stop at ports in the Americas to get there, and these people were anonymous people. They were whale hunters, seal hunters who came here, sorry, not here, there, to the Antarctic, to hunt these animals, to extract their skin and blubber. The blubber of these animals was used for lighting a large part of the US and Europe during the 19th century. So this project is able to offer this alternative history of the Antarctic, not just focused on a few individuals, but on the ordinary people. So the basic topics of this Antarctic archaeology are these remains from the 18th and 19th century, which our group is studying. And the Antarctic, as you know, is one of the regions with one of the most extreme weather conditions. Imagine excavating there. So there are difficulties related to access, there are conservation issues, research issues. Collecting material there is difficult, having to put it in a freezer, and then you have to ship it on a ship back to Rio Grande do Sul, and from there to Rio de Janeiro, and then to Minas Gerais, going to different freezers until it reaches the technical storage area where it's going to be properly stored. So there's all of that. But all of this requires extremely proper documentation. And the methods must also be non-invasive, because excavating in Antarctica is not easy. The soil is difficult, the climate is difficult, it's not always possible to excavate. Sometimes you can have to spend a week inside a tent waiting for the weather to improve so that you can excavate. These studies have been done in Antarctica also with technology such as 3D scanning, drones, a digital database. So it's the material that they take there. They take, for example, tablets with their sheets that they need to fill in, because it's better than pen and paper, because the climate can be humid and that can cause issues, and 3D printing for the results, to print the results. Here we have an example. You can skip that one. Of a 3D scan of one of the most well-known sites there, which the professor's group has focused on, which is the Lima Lima site, or the Lima Lima cavern or cave. On the left you can see our colleague scanning, and here is a quick video showing quickly how this cave looks like digitally. Another example is this is our colleague Guilherme Gandra, who recently took our UAV there. You can move forward. And he's scanned with aerial photogrammetry with drones. And obviously, it's not any drone. You need a drone that's capable of flying in the wind conditions that exist there. And we have the digitized landscape using this drone from photogrammetry, like I showed previously. So what do we do with this afterwards? Once we have collected the material, this material comes to me, and I work producing 3D models. So I get all these point clouds and scans created. I create 3D models, and these 3D models are made available online so that people from anywhere around the world can see what these 19th century sites look like. In this case, we're using the Sketchfab platform, where we put all this material there digitally. Another thing that's been done, this is a project that I have funded by the CNPq, which is Public Archaeology and Archaeogaming, which is the extraction of these results. I have a project financed just for the extraction of these results. So here I have, for example, a site that was 3D printed, and I have a student who paints these. So I print a 3D model, it's printed in gray, and then as she is a visual artist, she paints it to make it look more lifelike. This material we take it. Oh, forgot there was a little video showing that. This material we take it to schools to show students. And another topic that I'm going to talk about, we've talked about cybernetics and cyber archaeology, is archaeogaming. If cyber archaeology is recent, archaeogaming is even more recent. Archaeogaming, even though it's from the second half of the 2010s, there was some studies done. I bring here two of main examples. On the left, we have a book compiled by the people from the University of Leiden. It's Professor Angus Mole's group. And on the right, we have the first book. He's sort of the founder of this theme, Andrew Heinhunt from the University of York. It says 1918, but actually it's 2018. And he wrote the book Archaeogaming. So what are the foundations in the book? What is archaeogaming? Because it's maybe a novel name. It's archaeology done from digital games and made in digital games. When we talk about archaeology made from digital games, we're literally talking about excavating games. In 2014, there was an excavation in a landfill in New Mexico in the US when several Atari games were discovered, cartridges. This excavation was interesting because you had cartridges from the 80s, around 80. There was an urban legend actually since then saying that Atari had, in the dead of the night, gone to this landfill and thrown away all the cartridges of the game E.T. And actually they say the game E.T. Led the industry to bankruptcy in '83. But there were worse games from Atari. But this urban legend remained for many years until in 2014 they obtained a permit from the local government to excavate. And they saw that there were some E.T. cartridges there, but there were a lot more cartridges from other games apart from E.T. So Atari went beyond that. So they were in a dire financial situation, and they needed to get rid of a bunch of products that people were returning, especially to Walmart back then. So archaeogaming is a literal study of digital games. It's going to the field and excavating cartridges, and a video game is an artifact like any other. You're laughing, but it's true. Not just the cartridges, but also consoles. We can study all of that as well. So we also have an archaeology in digital games. This archaeology in digital games allows us, press it once again, to study the materiality, the material digital culture in these games. So here, for example, we have No Man's Sky, the game, which allows you to, with tools, which the game provides, to excavate. It's not a game made for archaeologists, but us, as archaeologists, can use tools for that. It's not running here, but the video was going to show a laser weapon which allows you to remove sediment. And with that, open up this station called Sonaro 2. It's a station on this planet somewhere in the universe. It's a bit slow, but it's going. So this project is online. You can afterwards have a look at it, which is the No Man's Sky Archaeological Survey project. And apart from this application of techniques that we consider traditional, quote unquote, in digital archaeology, we have others, such as the study of the archaeology of landscapes that we can also do in digital games. Here we have examples of how the landscape changes. The excavation changes these landscapes, and the archaeological study of representations of our world and fictitious worlds, but mainly archaeogaming, like experimental archaeology, talks more about the present than the past. So archaeogaming is part of the archaeology of the present. Why is that? Because it allows new means to reflect on the materiality that we produced and how we are related to this materiality. All of this in a digital field, all of this happening in real time, all of this is and you as a player can change these variables, the input, the process, the output, the feedback. Remember I said that all of this is cybernetics applied to digital games. I don't know if the video is going to run, but this game is quite a recent game. It was launched about 3 or 4 months ago. Unfortunately, the video is not going to run. But the game is called Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. It's a medieval game in the 14th century in the Bavaria region, set there. And can you go back, please? And it shows us in this part that I prepared the entire process of manufacturing your sword in a game. So you can go to the forge, you have to heat the steel, you have to hammer the steel in the right place and at the right tempo, and then you have to temper the steel. All of this happens in real time. If you make a mistake, you have to start again. But you can build your own digital artifact in the game, and that's wonderful. I think from the manufacturing of artifacts point of view, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 to me is something that hasn't been surpassed. Another type, and if here we are building our artifact and learning how to make an artifact, we also have other examples. Here in this case is a game that our group developed in 2019, Sambaquis, A History Before Brazil. It's an electronic game where you are in the role of someone who lived in a Sambaquis. If you know the Brazilian coastal area, it's a highly important site, and these sites are very common on the Brazilian coast. So you have these shell mounds, and the people who lived around these shell mounds would be in the surrounding areas. And we produced this game. We launched it in 2019. It's being used in Brazil. It's part of, especially in the state of São Paulo, it's part of the official school material for the state of São Paulo. So it had a very nice reception, this game. And recently I was able to test this at a science fair in Brussels in May and launched the Lima Lima cave, which is the cave I showed you previously. I don't know if it's going to run. But what did I do? I created a narrative where you could be with a seal hunter in the 19th centuries. That was him attacking a seal and hunting a seal. And then you can see the site digitized in real scale, and you can look around, and there will be an avatar of an archaeologist explaining how the excavation was done on in that site. All of this in real time, so you can look around and do what you want, so you can change the variables as you watch and listen. Having said that, what's coming from my reflections on this relationship between experimental archaeology and cyber archaeology? You can skip. So the most important thing that remains to me is that I think it's possible, this relationship is possible, even though I must make it clear that it's not possible digitally to perform experimental archaeology like I did today. You cannot faithfully do experimental archaeology of the removal of a needle from, or creating a needle from a bone. But you can execute other forms of experimental archaeology in the experimental field. And there is a pipeline for this, which I think can be useful, which I'm sharing with you. Firstly, starting with experimental archaeology, which you are experts on, which is on the production and use of replicas, using your knowledge, testing different hypotheses, and once again, doing this heuristic practice of trial and error, and the questions I have to ask, and how can I work with this material, and all of that. Having done that, having your artifact, once you have it, you can work with cyber archaeology, digitalizing it. You can put it in a SIG. You can create computational simulations. Yesterday, our colleague who presented showed the different profiles that she took from the coffee bean. So that also enters the field of cyber archaeology. And we can also work on interactivity in virtual reality or augmented reality, like I showed in a Lima Lima site. And the final tip of this pipeline between experimental archaeology and cyber archaeology would be archaeogaming, which is the extroverting this material to the general public through games, video games. You might not play games, but you cannot deny the importance of gaming in our society. Narratives, experimental narratives really, digital narratives in archaeogaming. You can create narratives on the human past. Once again, we're not saying that we are recreating the past, but like any other scientist, we are saying this is our test, our hypothesis, how we think the past could have been. And finally, an extra version of this past through games, through gaming. Playing has always been part of our history as humans, and learning through playing is still, from a pedagogical point of view, one of the most effective and efficient ways of passing on knowledge, which I think is the final goal of every scientist and archaeologist. I believe you want to see your research go as far as it can, or reach more people. I think that's why we're paid, and that's why we receive funding to do research. But you're not going to keep your research under lock and key. You could put it on a pedestal, but that's not useful for society. What you need to do is advertise your product or publicize your product through articles, which can be a problem because people are reading less. But articles will only reach the academics, people outside academia, outside our bubble, our small Vatican-like bubble, are people who don't care about articles. And this wider audience, how do we reach them? Through these things that can be digital, like I showed, through games, simulations, through things related things, so that people can feel engaged. So, what I think is experimental archaeology and cyber archaeology are mutually enriching. One can depend on the other in this feedback cycle that I showed in the beginning. when you have inputs and outputs, and we can also have this. This can happen between experimental archaeology that you do, which is brilliant, and cyber archaeology to digitalize your work and to move it forward in a way that we can work with the wider audience who's not used to archaeology as a whole. So with that, here are my references, but mainly everything I showed you can be accessed for free on my Arise Labs site. Please feel free to access it, to give us feedback. I truly hope it makes some sense to you. For me it does, this relationship. I hope in yours somehow it also has. And thank you for the opportunity to bring these reflections to a crowd who I would like to repeat. You are not. I'm not specialized in this field, but I'd like to bring my contribution. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Alex. A really fascinating talk. I think all of us can agree we're all interested in some way in archaeogaming and digital, so it's always fun to see something different. Do we have any questions for Professor Martire? I have one or two online, but if anyone has one in here. Also, feel free to respond in Portuguese, of course.
Bom, queria parabenizar pela apresentação, muito boa.
Firstly, congratulations on your presentation. Very good, very interesting. I work sort of with drones and that sort of thing, geotechnologies, and I wanted to know, you presented and showed that you have a small scanner, and on the drone as well. You take a sequence of pictures on the drone, and I imagine it probably georeferences it. But what program do you use to process it? Because it's a lot of imagery, right? It's difficult to process, right? It's some dense material. What kind of program do you use to do that? Thank you for the question. Yeah, it already comes georeferenced. Usually these more expensive drones which I use have an RTK, which is a module. And the program that we use, or I use, Agisoft Metashape. It's a paid software. There is an educational version which is much cheaper, which I bought for the lab. And with it you can put in all the pictures. But there's the program, that's the program, but there's the computer as well. For sure you need a computer which has the computing power. You need a high performance computer. You need 64 gigabytes of RAM, a good GPU, dedicated GPU and all of that. There is a free open source software called Meshroom which does photogrammetry as well. You can do the test in it as long as you don't need the lower part of the objects, because it can only take pictures of the upper part. Metashape allows you to do the entire object. But for landscapes, it can be useful to use Meshroom, which is free software. You can first, try it out. And storage. That's maybe the biggest problem of academia, or maybe of everyone in the future, the storage of data, right? Because the pictures are big, the 3D model is big. Where is that going? And who's going to maintain that data? Because digital data, if you don't maintain it, the artifact can change what runs it. If we think of, in terms of VHS, DVD, Blu-ray, if you don't have the device to run it, eventually that's going to cause some issues. So there's always a group of things when you think about that. But I think the software Metashape and a high-performance computer, that's basically what you need.
That relates to a question that came online, so I'm going to dip in and ask that question. Because another question was about the platforms and the fact that technology the good thing with experimental archaeology is that technology has been going for thousands of years and probably isn't going to change. But for digital technology, it's constantly updating and everything. Is that a problem? How does that kind of come into play when you're doing these kinds of projects?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, for sure. That's a good thing to mention because, yeah, it's a problem. And it's a major problem because there's the storage issue, like I said, but there's the problem of who's going to continue your work later, right? I believe that who's going to continue your work later, the issue of hardware, of the platform, is going to be less of a problem. The biggest problem in digital archaeology that I see, in cyber archaeology or archaeogaming, especially here in Brazil, can't speak for the people from abroad because they're probably a bit more informed. The big issue is the lack of specialized personnel in this field. It's a very recent field, but it's a field that is struggling a lot, and especially, and here I apologize to you, we fight a lot against prejudice from other archaeologies. Prejudice, for example, thinking that digital archaeology isn't archaeology, thinking it's window dressing, thinking that games are not archaeology, that games are not archaeology, and they are. They're an artifact that has a social importance, like any other artifact. Doesn't matter if it's lithic or a bone needle. So, having people trained in this, I believe this problem will decrease. The struggle, at least my struggle, is to train students who work in this digital domain. It's what I've been doing during these years, over these years. But that was a great question.
Thank you very much. Any other questions from our in-person one? I have one, actually. I'm curious whether I always look at how archaeology is represented in books and in films, and it's always big, treasure hunting and everything. And ancient technology as well, how that is represented accurately. From your experience as a gamer and an archaeologist, how do you think experimental archaeology or ancient technology or the field of archaeology is represented in video games?
Sim, é ótima essa questão.
That's a great question because one of the fields of archaeogaming is also to try and study archaeology in pop culture, in culture, or archaeological culture represented in games. And games, or as players, they don't represent archaeology in a way that we know it. In the case of the Sambaquis game, it was made by archaeologists. My team is made up entirely of archaeologists, so it's another perspective. We were concerned in making something with some similarity, with as much similarity with what the past would have had, in our opinion. The wider gaming industry doesn't, and that's understandable. They want to sell games. So we have Ubisoft that made Assassin's Creed. I love Assassin's Creed. It's my favorite gaming franchise, but there are some serious problems from the point of view of the representation of the materiality of the past, and we have games which represent archaeologists in a not very nice way. It's always the ghost of Indiana Jones. The ghost of Indiana Jones haunted us with the movies in the 80s, 90s, and now it's haunting us with the terrible recent Indiana Jones movies. But we have a game that was launched at the end of last year, which is wonderful, by the way, as a game, which is the Indiana Jones game, which is recent. You play as Indiana Jones. The game is wonderful. The representation of the archaeologist is still very bad. It's still Indiana Jones. But apart from that, we also have sexualization of archaeologists, such as Lara Croft, Tomb Raider, right? I've never seen... I hope you don't go dressed in a field like Lara Croft did. The chance of dying in a field will probably increase exponentially. So you have to be careful with that. Usually in pop culture, archaeologists are thieves. We're almost reaching that because our job prospects are pretty bad and our salaries are worse. But we're not there yet. Maybe someday life will imitate art, but I hope we don't reach that point.
Thank you very much. Final chance for any questions before we have a break. I'll just let our online speakers, hope my internet's good enough. I think it's okay. Okay, then we will have a break. João wants to say, João, sorry, wants to say a few words.
Alex, obrigado.
So now we're going to have a break, and during this break, I suggest you go to our registration desk, pick up your goodies. I have your names written down, and I can. We'll come back 3:15. I think you're the first, right? Yeah, you'll be back 3:15. Okay.
This is just for the people here in person. Come back into the room. We will start in 1 minute. Are we good? Okay. Perfect. Then I will do
Ok, então vou fazer uma grande apresentação aqui, bem longa, para que as pessoas tenham tempo de voltar. Então,
and other organic material culture. So first of all, we have a couple of online presentations, and then we will be finishing with a bang with a in-person presentation as well. So first up, we have from Carolina Kasparek, and the presentation will be about just perforators and awls, the possibility of identifying tattooing tools among prehistoric bone artifacts.
Hello everyone, my name is Karolina Kasparek. I am a student at Nicolaus Copernicus University in Toruń, and the theme of my research Hello everyone, my name is Karolina Kasparek. I am a student at Nicolaus Copernicus University in Toruń, and the theme of my research was just perforators and awls on the possibility of identifying tattoo tools among prehistoric bone artifacts, experimental and traceological research. The main purpose of the research I have done was to decide if it's
While we wait for that to go, I also just want to remind people the questions will be at the end. So keep in your mind any questions you have for the speakers, and our online speakers will be live at the end to answer any questions you have.
Hello everyone, my name is Karolina Kasperek. I am a student at Nicolaus Copernicus University in Torun, and the theme of my research was just perforators and awls on the possibility of identifying tattoo tools among prehistoric bone artifacts, experimental and physiological research. The main purpose of the research I have done was to decide if it's possible to identify tools used to make tattoos and differentiate them from other similar artifacts. But the question is, why? The main source we have knowledge about this type of art in prehistoric times are of course mummies. They are not ideal because the skin is preserved in specific conditions. This is why you have not so many examples of those marks on the skin, such as you'd see the Iceman or Egyptian Amunet priestess. Also, we need to acknowledge that when someone fights about spike type tool, there is assumptions about it being a needle for sewing or perforating. It is completely understandable, because if we do not have many sources, or should I say evidence, about tattoo practices, the artifacts will not be stated as something whose purpose was making marks on skin. Today we do not know how people from prehistoric times were tattooed. With that, the main source of information is ethnology research on places where tattooing is playing a really important part in a culture. The basic method is called hand poke because it needs only spike tape tool and ink. That is why I decided to focus on this method. Preparations to conduct experiments. All the tools were made using the same methods and materials, such as deer bones, breaking with the eyes of stone anvil technique, 3 types of grinding stone with different gradation. I have decided to show before and after photos of those tools later in the presentation. Numbers are not in order due to the choice of showing tools used to make skin marks containing ash. Firstly, I removed the bone articular heads, hereinafter referred to as the aphyses, leaving only the stems of the bones. This way it was easier to start splitting them and retrieving smaller and narrower parts. Then I picked the best looking ones. All of the 8 needles were grinded to get sharp point. Each retrieved inventory number and ink. Each ink contained ash but different solvents: water, plant oil, blood and milk. It was important to keep the consistency of a paste. Proportions I used: in grams is stated the amount of pigment, in milliliters solvent. Number 1, ash and water, 12 grams, 10 milliliters. Number 2, milk, 7 grams, 10 milliliters. Number 3, plant oil, 10 grams, 10 milliliters. Number 4, blood, 8 grams and 10 milliliters. Tattoos were spots made with each ink. When blood was solvent, the scars after puncturing showed a little bit of ash residue. Water gave some visible results for naked eye. The residue stayed under the skin. Oil too gave results where ash stained under skin. The same applies to milk. On the left side are photos before conducting experiments, and on the right after. Microscopic photos were captured using 2 types of microscopes. First one was Nikon SMZ 7450 colored ones. Second, Zeiss Axioscope 5 Vario grayscale ones. Tool number 3. The ink contained milk and ash. In low magnification, there are visible residue. The top of the tool spike has been slightly rounded. And here we can see tool in higher magnification. At its very top, a rather bright polish is visible, with a small degree of intrusion penetrating the microrelief of the raw material, and it's most legible in the highest parts, where the microrelief is completely obliterated. The topography of the polish is heterogeneous, in some places homogeneous. Its microrelief is regular, and the highest points are rounded or basically flat. The texture of the polish is smooth in the highest areas, slightly rough in the deeper parts of the microrelief. Tool number 15. The same ink as before. The top of the spike was observed to be rounded, visible at low magnification, with visible residue. The topography of the polish at the top of the spike is heterogeneous, with a smooth texture. The microrelief is irregular, the high points are rounded, polishes below show abrasions of the microrelief, which is regular. Topography of the polish is homogeneous, its highest points are flat. Texture in both cases is smooth. Tool number 5. Ink contained ash and blood. The rounding of the spike tip was not observed at low magnification. A slight rounding is visible at higher magnification. Residue visible is blood. Topography of the polish is heterogeneous. Its microrelief is regular, highest points are slightly rounded. Texture of the polish is rough. Tool number 9. Ink the same as before. The rounding of the tool tip was observed at low magnification. Residue visible is blood. Polish covers a large part of the microrelief. Its topography itself is homogeneous. Microrelief is regular, with visible shallow scratches and flat surface. The texture of the polish is rough. Tool number 6. Ink contained ash and oil. At low magnification, the rounding of the spike tip was not observed. It is slightly visible at higher magnification. Topography of the polish is heterogeneous. Microrelief itself is irregular. The highest points are slightly rounded. The texture of the polish is rough. Residue is visible on both magnifications. Tool number 16. Ink the same as before. The rounding of the spike tip was observed at low magnifications, and the side edges were slightly leveled. The polish is concentrated on one of the edges of the tool with smooth texture. The topography is heterogeneous, the microrelief is regular, high points are flat. Residue visible on both magnifications. Tool number 7. Ink contained water and ash. The rounding of the spike tip and slight leveling of the side edges were observed at low magnification. Topography of the polish is homogeneous. Microrelief itself is blurred. Highest points are flat. Texture of the polish is smooth. The residue is not visible. Tool number 13. Ink same as before. A slight rounding of the spike tip and leveling of the side edges were observed at low magnification. The topography of the polish at the spike tip is heterogeneous, while below that point it is homogeneous, with a visible regular relief. The polish texture in both cases is rough. Residue is visible everywhere at higher magnification. On all experimental tools used where traces were observed, they differ due to differences in spike shape. The next step in my research is comparing them to spike-type tool from linear bandware culture. I want to do experiments regarding sewing for the same purposes. Thank you.
Talk softly in case the volume is still very high. Okay, is that better now if I keep talking? Yeah, that's good? Okay. So, thank you very much, Carolina. Our next talk will be from Justina Orlowska and Grzegorz, I can't pronounce your last name, sorry Grzegorz, thank you, Oshipovich, there we go, thank you Dominika, who will be talking about their team's research looking at new experiments with osseous barbed projectile points.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Justyna Orłowska, and on behalf of my teammates, I would like to share with you a brief report on our recent experimental work related to osseous barbed projectile points and new insights into early and middle Holocene hunter-gatherer fisher hunting technique. And first of all, I would like to apologize for the condition of my voice today. Unfortunately, I've got a cold, so please keep this in mind if you hear any unnecessary sound. Before diving into the details of our experimental research, I would like to share that the studies presented today are part of an ongoing project titled Life and Death Written in Bones: The Technological and Functional Aspects of the Osseous Artifacts of Early and Middle Holocene Hunter-Gatherer Fisher Communities Inhabiting the East Baltic, and the project is generously funded by the National Science Center in Poland. The project analyzes collections of osseous artifacts from the most important sites in this part of Europe. The primary goal of these studies is to build a comprehensive understanding of how products made from osseous materials, such as bone, antler, and animal teeth, were manufactured and used by hunter-gatherer fisher communities, Mesolithic and Subneolithic, inhabiting the area of the East Baltic Plain, territories of Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, and the northeastern part of Poland, in the early and middle Holocene. We are examining both artifacts from museum collections, which originate from previous excavations, as well as those currently being discovered in ongoing excavations, like those from sites in Kaltanai and Garnes in Lithuania. And among the analyzed collections, a rich assortment of various types of projectile weapon elements plays a vital role. It is well known that one of the most essential attributes of hunter-gatherer equipment is projectile weaponry, particularly barbed points made from osseous materials. And until now, much of the research has concentrated on the chronological, typological, and cultural aspects of these tools. However, the debate surrounding their exact function and the identification of the prey they targeted remains mostly unresolved. And as part of our project, we have analyzed dozens of morphologically diverse barbed points, and through this process, numerous new questions have emerged regarding their probable uses and the character morphology of useful traces visible on their surface. We should be aware that from the beginning of the 20th century, researchers have argued that these tools were used exclusively as fishing gear on both terrestrial and aquatic prey. And the function of Oslo's barbed points has been mostly based on direct and indirect association with faunal remains, but also ethnographic comparisons and sporadically with useful studies that were mostly limited to fracture patterns and only sporadically to microwell traces. Thanks to the exceptional preservation of many of the artifacts and the unique nature of the sites included in the study, as I mentioned, we were able to initiate detailed analysis to classify the useful traces that form on Osso's projectile. This traceological analysis revealed a significant absence of impact breakages typically associated with this type of weapon on most of the artifacts. And considering that the majority of the analyzed finds were recovered from sites with aquatic context, we proposed the hypothesis that these artifacts may have been used for hunting aquatic animals. All the more so, as there are examples from archaeological Mesolithic sites where barbed bone points were found in direct association with the prey animal. More importantly, one of these exceptional finds came from the Kunda site in Estonia, where part of the studied osseous barbed points originate. It is a very interesting find because at the bottom of the fossil Kunda lake, in a layer dated to the 8th millennium Cal BC, Indreco discovered a complete skeleton of a pipefish preserved in anatomical order along with a so-called Kunda-type barbed point, and it was assumed that the point was the remnant of a single fishing spear. So for us, in the context of materials which we are dealing with, it was the next clue that could fulfill our hypothesis regarding the finds from the studied sites. And to test this hypothesis, we conducted experimental research to create a reference collection of useful traces forming at the surface of different barbed points used to hunt a water prey. And our presentation will present the experiments focused on fish hunting with various methods, including bows and spears. They aim to understand better the morphological features and distribution of useful damage typical for hunting of this kind of prey with bone points, and differences relative to points used for hunting terrestrial prey. Here you can see setting up of our experimental station. In total, 33 fresh fish, each mounted individually on a specially prepared spot in the water, were used as targets. Oh, and please don't worry, no living animal was harmed. All fish were bought by us directly from fishermen. In the first stage, experiments were conducted with handheld piercing hunting weapons, spears, and during these experiments, 3 Osseous barbed spearheads were used. They were mounted in shafts which were approximately 1.5 meters long, with the help of which they were driven into the target. You can see some photos taken during the experimental works. All spearheads penetrated the fish bodies without any problem, and frankly it was very interesting experience. At this stage, in total 60 strikes were performed with each single barbed point, and each fish was hit 10 times. And in the second stage, archery experiments were conducted using 8 arrows equipped with osseous tips. 6 of them were made of metapodial red deer bones and 2 of red deer antler, and a straight bow with a draw weight of 12 kilo was used to shoot the arrows, and they were mounted on the arrow shafts with a simple leather straps. In the previous stage, fish were used as targets, each attached to a special stand submerged in water, and shooting was carried out from a distance of approximately 2-3 meters. All types of arrowheads successfully perforated the target fish without significant difficulty. A total of 50 shots were performed with each individual barbed point, with each fish being struck 10 times. Traceological analysis that was performed on spearheads and arrowheads used in the experiments showed the presence of very intensive and quite characteristic useful traces on their surface. The next stage of our research will be their precise classification, which may allow for distinguishing between points and barbed points used for hunting aquatic and terrestrial animals. However, the realization of this goal undoubtedly requires further in-depth studies. Summarizing, the experimental work carried out with the osseous projectile points resulted in a few generalizing insights regarding the mother of the visible on the used point. The experiments showed that osseous projectile points could be used for a very long time until they were lost or completely destroyed, and currently work is underway to classify the observed damage and its detailed characteristics. The full results of these studies will be published in the form of an article in the near future. That would be all for now. Thank you for your attention and have a great conference.
Okay, hopefully we can sort the sound for the next one. I think it might have been the recording though, but yeah. Our next talk will be our final online talk for now. By Aristides Strymanopoulos. This is the problem with international conferences. I have to show how badly I pronounce people's names. Apologies to anyone who I mispronounced their name. And that will be looking at impactful actions. We're going from tattooing to fishing to eating with your teeth.
Dear Ron, my name is Aristides Strymanopoulos. and with the chance of presenting to the 14th Experimental Archaeology Conference, I am about to present the preliminary results of our ongoing experimental project concerning the understanding of labial striations on dental remains. So the specific presentation is divided in 5 parts, beginning with the introduction with the definition of dental microanalysis and the introduction as well to the paramasticator behavior and how to infer the behavior of an individual through the conduction of dental microanalysis. We will continue with the information on the experimental framework and the overview of the applied comparative methodologies, while presenting as well the preliminary results with the characteristics of the produced experimental striations, following the discussion and conclusions. So dental microanalysis is the analysis of the non-pathological loss of the dental tissue, which can be attributed to dietary habits or paramasticator activities. So concerning paramasticator activities and generally the reconstruction of behavior, generally the archaeological record has proven that the conduction of an activity using the mouth has been an important element throughout the human lineage from as early as the early Pleistocene. And we can understand and detect the specific activity that was conducted using the mouth, since each one results to a different dental feature. So we have the use of the mouth as a third hand for the stabilization of an object. We have enamel chipping, which occurs from the tearing or searing of an object in the enamel surface, while we have grooves, which indicate generally the toothpicking behavior. Framework of the specific experiment, we focus on the first activity, which is called also stuff and cut hypothesis, in which we have the stabilization of an object on the mouth of an individual, and in this case the mouth is being used as the third hand. In this case, the dental feature that we have are the parallel striations, which mostly appear on the labial surfaces of anterior dentition. So, of course, as said before, each activity has a different dental feature, which has as well a different morphology. So we have the cut mark-like feature on the stuff and cut hypothesis with the use of the mouth as a third hand, which has mostly a V-shaped transverse section. While on concerning enamel chipping, we have a fracture of the enamel surface, which results of a tooth encountering a solid, hard object with sufficient force to break the enamel. Finally, concerning toothpicking behavior, we have the morph of parallel striations with the characteristic of polished enamel between them. So, concerning the specific experiment, we have analyzed macroscopically the morphology of paramasticator striations on human teeth using different raw materials. So we have adopted a complementary methodological framework using both an optical microscope and a 3D digital one, and we intending to use and combine two different methodological frameworks in order to understand the level of complementation among them and to explore their applications for the finest archaeological interpretation. While our raw materials are coming from diverse geographical latitudes, and more specifically from Brandon in United Kingdom, while we have also materials from Sierra de Atapuerca in Spain and the area of Tarragona in Spain as well. Finally, for the data and image analysis, we have used some softwares that are widely applied in the discipline of dental microanalysis, and which are Photoshop, Image, and Past Statistic Calculator. While for the technological analysis, we have used the analytical system developed in the Catalan Institute of Human Paleontology and Social Evolution, or IPES, and in which we have positive-based flakes without retouch, which come from 3 different raw materials, which are flint, limestone, and quartzite. So concerning the experiment, we have applied the specific flakes, the flakes of these specific raw materials, on the labial and buccal surfaces of the teeth of our sample pool. While we have light unidirectional movements from a right-handed person with an angle ranging between 45 and 60 degrees. Continuing with the microscopic observations, we managed to find the exact same facet and exact same striation that was produced on both pieces of microscopic equipment. Of course, it should be noted that in these cases, the quality of the obtained image is heavily dependent on the properties of the used microscopic equipment, and thus differences can be seen. However, generally, the broader view of all the experimental striations indicate that the framework which was followed concerning the use of the microscopic equipment can be characterized as correct, since we can have a direct comparison between all the values. And subsequently, we managed to see exactly the difference on the group shape, as it can be seen in the text box, in which for the striation produced by quartzite, we have a different group shape with the one produced from limestone, and it's more V-shaped on the one of quartzite and a more U-shaped one on the paramascator striation produced from limestone. Concerning the comparison of the paramascator striation produced from quartzite and flint, we can find some similarities with respect to the shape of the groove, since in both cases we have a more V-shaped one. However, in this case, the interest is focused on the density of both striations, since it appears that in quartzite the striation is much more shallow, while on the one produced from flint, the striation is more on depth. Probably due to the mineral properties of its raw material, respectively. Further understand the differences of the paramascator striations produced from the three used raw materials, we adopted the protocol of Valchier et al. For this specific study. As seen before, flint and quartzite present a similar group shape, which is however different from the one produced from limestone. Similarities as well can be seen on the symmetry of it, being symmetrical on flint and quartzite and asymmetrical on limestone. Furthermore, the average number of internal microstriations presents closely related values on flint and quartzite, with the absence of the specific variable on the striations produced from limestone. And concerning the average length of the internal microstriations in micrometers, we have a bigger number on the ones produced from quartzite, followed by the one produced from flint. It's important to notice in this point that these values are characterized as statistically significant based on the Human Whitney non-parametric test, which indicates and underlines the differences concerning the specific variable among these two raw materials. And finally, with respect to the Hertzian cones, we have a bigger number of Hertzian cones on the striations produced from flint, a smaller one from quartzite, and the absence of Hertzian cones generally in the cut marks produced on the enamel surfaces from limestone. In this point, it is important to mention that the specific study provides the first ground for the understanding of the morphological differentiation of paramasticatory labial striations, which are produced from different raw materials in an experimental framework, and thus the parallels in the bibliography that we have found are about experimental cut marks, which are, however, on bones, and are more focused in a taphonomical approach. So the bipolar on anvil technique has been proven in the bibliography that is more accurate and cutting edge than the one of freehand. While studies have also indicated that quartzite produces a cut mark with a bigger edge durability, while limestone produces a cut mark with which is less effective, and it doesn't have such a potential use life. And finally, the cut marks of quartzite and flint are characterized by V-shaped group, while the one of limestone is characterized by a more U-shaped one. So, in order to conclude, the production of paramasticatory striations through abrasion is characterized by morphological differences based on its raw material. Also, our preliminary results underline that the finer grained sedimentary rocks, such as flint, can possibly provide similar paramasticatory striations on the enamel surfaces as the coarse grained ones, such as limestone. Moreover, the produced striations from limestone depict the least number of qualitative characteristics, and it's important to notice that further analysis can highlight the role of the specific raw material and generally of raw materials with similar mineral properties. And it's important to notice that we have the ability to detect experimental labial striations on both pieces of the microscopic equipment used, while further observations can highlight the differences between the enamel properties of the deciduous and permanent dentition. It is important to mention that the specific study in this point is characterized by specific limitations, which are the small sample size, since we have included 16 dental remains in total, while we don't have a wide representation of raw materials generally. However, the next steps include the introduction of more deciduous teeth in order to understand the difference on the enamel properties between the deciduous and permanent dentition, the introduction of a bigger variety of raw materials, and the use of a confocal microscope in order to obtain some principles of dental microwear texture analysis, which can significantly help in the effort of quantification and the general understanding of the morphological differentiation between the labial striations produced by different raw materials. So here I have placed some indicative references that we used during the conduction and the design of the specific experiment. So we would like to thank you very much for your time. In this slide you can find also my personal email along with the accounts on ResearchGate and LinkedIn for possible inquiries. Thank you very much.
Yes, so next we have a live speaker. Exciting. Oh, and we have an advert. AI for molecular modeling and protein design. Oh, no, it's gone. Yes, so I would like to welcome up Lucia. Oh, okay. I was trying for the Brazilian pronunciation, but I failed. So head up on the stage, and I will hand you the microphone while we get your presentation up. It's on there already, I think. Yeah. Okay, it's opening. Yeah. Okay. So, thank you, Lucy.
Olha, gravando. Tá bom? Sim? Bom, boa tarde.
Good afternoon.
Meu nome é Lucia.
My name is Lucia. I'm a master's student at the university in Chapecó and a doctoral student in Argentina. And now I'm speaking Portuguese, but I'm going to speak in English because I prepared it in English, but afterwards we can speak in Portuguese. So let me start. Então, o nome da apresentação são arcabouços de referências baseado em
Archaeological sites in the lowlands of southeastern South America. That's so long, that's why I read it. I can remember it. And it's with Natasha Book, who is my PhD advisor, with Miriam Carbonera, my master's advisor, Alejandra Costa, Daniel Loponte, Camila Speller, Jay Hilsen, and Lindsay Pasculin. Okay, next one, please. Okay, so the selection of the territory for the presentation is Southeastern South America, which is modern-day Southern Brazil, Uruguay, Paraguay, and Northeastern Argentina. And this comes from my master's project that is in the Guaranis, about their relationship with the environment and with other peoples throughout the fonts of the first Spanish that came to southern Brazil in the 16th century. Next one, please. So in all this territory, different societies live with different characteristics. Some were hunter-gatherers, some were had like an early agriculture, and different archaeological units were made by gathering or seeing the difference in their material culture. Here I show as an example because I will later work on this. Some archaeological units in northeastern Argentina that are Itarare Tacuara, Guarani, Goya Malabrigo, and hunter-gatherers. And these also appear in southern Brazil, so you might also know them. Next one, please. So, the historical fonts I'm working with are mainly Ulrich Schmidl, Álvar Núñez Cabeza de Vaca, and Pedro Hernández, and Gonzalo Fernández de Oviedo y Valdés. And that's why these are like the first historical fonts of the arrival of the continent. So what they described is, it's not that shows no contact, but it's the first moment of contact. So what they describe almost reflects also their past before the contact with Europeans. So that's what I use to work then with archaeology. And mainly Ulrich Schmidl, which is the oldest font. Next one, please. So here I'm showing as an example some of the societies that are mentioned in Ulrich Schmidl's fonts. Some were hunter-gatherers, some were had agriculture, early agriculture. I won't mention all the names because they are a lot, but I show as an example the Carios, which is a name, another name for the Guarani, especially the Guarani in Paraguay, but it's also used in the fonts for other parts of the region, and also the Timbúes, which are hunter-gatherers of the Rio de la Plata basin too. Next one. And of these societies, they mention their material culture, such as axe. In those cases, in the first one is Guarani axe, and they are talking about Guaranis. Then they mention the ornaments, such as the tembetas. They mention also the tembetas of the Timbúes that are similar of the carios of the Guaraníes. And they mention pots. They mention also beds. Beds is the pronunciation? Like beads. Thank you. Beds is to sleep. Too many languages in a day. So the beads, they also mention different points, and what is interesting is that they mention in the fonts measurements, colors, raw materials, and some of these raw materials do not appear in the archaeological sites, especially in the case of wood. I don't put it here because like in the archaeological sites I work with, we don't have wood. But that's interesting, and that also helps me for the experimental designs. So next one. They also mention the animals, terrestrial animals, mammals, sea animals, birds, and what's interesting is that they mention their relationship with the different groups, the species they are, so that also makes us think what groups are consuming or are around what type of animal. Next one, please. And according to the landscape and the flora, they also mention rivers, plants, and that are related to one society or another. Now, the next one. So now, I'm working for the masters with historical fonts, but the thing is, it's so hard to work in archaeology with historical fonts because we can have the risk of direct analogies. And also, what I'm seeing is that Europeans, they make the descriptions based on what they know of European continent, which is not the same, so they use words of vegetables from Europe or animals to describe animals in America, or they even give descriptions with a judgment if what people did was good or bad. So we have to take fonts with caution, and that's why now I'm working also with experimental archaeology, like to have another reference framework to interpret the archaeological record. And next one. So I will show this briefly because I'm showing this presentation tomorrow. This is an experimental design with ceramics and also bone tools, where we used we used the fonts to have some tools that do not appear in the archaeological record to work with the experimentation because they are mentioned. And next one. So that's the presentation for tomorrow. Spoiler. Next one. And now I'm going to focus in bone technology. That is the topic of my PhD, which I'm starting this month. So it's not that I made much, but I'm here presenting what I will do on what I've done so far, and also I expect to receive contributions and talk with colleagues that work with this, which is exciting. The bone tools I work with are from hunter-gatherer groups that have been related to the Timbus groups that I showed before that appear in Ulrich Middle fonts. And in that area in northeastern Argentina, northern Buenos Aires province, and southern Entre Rios province, their raw material, like the lithic raw material, is really poor and scarce. That's why they had like a great diversity of bone tools. They used lithics, of course, but from Ventaña y Tandilia in middle Buenos Aires province, or from Uruguay, so that's far away. And they were creative by using other raw materials. I will show here as an example. They have harpoons, points, polishers or smoothers, awls, ornaments. There's a great diversity. Next one. So, to compare or to work with historical fonts and with the bone tools in the area, my thesis director has worked with the microwear analysis and the functions. So here I show us an example of the value of historical fonts to test hypotheses. And so there are the different morphological groups, the bone tools, the functional hypotheses that are taken from fonts that are from the area, but also from other parts around the world, of course. And I show as an example the tool that I will analyze also in the presentation tomorrow. That is a smoother / polisher. We call it alisador in Spanish. I say it just in case because like we have like our problems with the translation. We are not yet sure which one to use. And it has like evidence of use where like in the tip of perforation of skin and also vegetables, and then in the mesial sector it has evidence of smoothing ceramics or skin, but also working with vegetables. And this is interesting, and I show it because in the fonts they say that they use fish spines for weapons, but in the functional analysis there's a great diversity. So it's not that we can add like the only function that we have in the historical font to later what we see in the archaeological record. Next one. So, and this is what I will do in my PhD. I will work with the manufacturer and the thing, and this is what we talked in the workshop yesterday and also today. Sometimes we can recognize the raw material, like there we have the fish spine, the third one that is the fish spine of an armado, and then we have the fourth one that is an awl made with the metapod of a cervid. But what happens with the tools that are really worked and we can't recognize what is the raw material, like in the harpoon or the point, or those are, I didn't put in the slide, I'm sorry, like the first picture is from hunter-gatherer sites, second picture Guarani sites, the hooks was the name in English? Yes, thank you very much. And so we have this problem that we don't know the raw material. And that's really important for me because I will try to focus in the selection of raw materials. So we are, next slide, starting with the SUMS analysis. And this analysis work with proteins, and they destroy the collagen to obtain the peptides, peptidos in Spanish, to then see the difference in the sequences, because each species has its own type, and so we can be able to recognize the different species at the species level, of course. So next one, that's really helpful because it will allow us to understand the selection of raw material. But first, we had to create the local library of the local species. And so we sent this species to a lab in Canada, the University of British Columbia, that I added the name of the three authors in the presentation are the ones that are making this analysis in Canada. And so we sent different kinds of animals. Some of them are there the whole time, others are in the wetland occasionally, and they already had camelid and Homo sapiens humans, of course. Next one. So these are our very first results. We could only send some points, so it's not that I'm showing a lot of things, but at least what we could see from the hunter-gatherer sites is that, well, in the first two cases we couldn't see yet, but in the other ones, the third and the fourth one, they are made with camelid bone, and in the fifth case with whether canid or peccary, which is really interesting. And also in the Guarani site, Arenal Central in the Martin Garcia Island, that is in the Paraná River, and it is even like closer to Uruguay than Argentina, but it belongs to Argentina. That point has been found, and in the analysis, the result is that it was made with camelid. And this is really interesting because there weren't camelids in the air, in the island, right? And also the morphology of the point looks more like the ones of the hunter-gatherers, and the Guarani sites don't have those types of tools. So that makes us think of the complexity or in exchange or conflict between these groups at that time. Next one, please. So this is what I'm going to do next. Since I want to test the raw material selectivity, I will do this physical test in the bones, of course the ones that I obtain results from the SUMS analysis. So the idea is to make tests of compression, torsion, bending, tension, and also to see the relationship between load and deformity. And this is important in the area because so far we have been working with results from animals from other places in the world and not even the same species, because sometimes we used, for example, for antler, we used some sea mammals because it's really compact to compare, but it's not the same to use an antler, and it's not the same an antler of a cervid from South America to a cervid from North America or Europe. So that this is what we were talking in the workshop. It's really very different, and we could see like the with the cats what Matilda showed us, like it looked really different in the inside too. So these analyses for me are going to be very important to conduct. And next one. And also, since I have like 4 years to work with this, and with the manufacturer, I would like to conduct like an experimental approach to test also the bones that I obtained from the SUMS analysis with local raw materials, to use shells and lithics. Lithics aren't so common, but they brought lithics I already mentioned from other places, so those lithics, and to analyze the manufactured traces in the experimental reference and the archaeological collection. And next one. So that's it. I know it's not that I'm showing a lot because I started this month, but I expect comments, recommendations. Thank you for your attention, of course. Thank you for the organization of the event. And I also should thank the university that is paying for my trip. And I think that's it. Thank you very much again.
Thank you. I can, if you stay up here a little bit somewhere, because I think we have the speakers, the online speakers will come up, and hopefully it works today with the audio. Okay. Can they hear me? Yes? You can all hear me online? Some kind of mention? No? I'm on mute. Okay. Now you can hear me, hopefully. Aristides, I see you there. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes. Can you hear me as well?
Yes, we can. Okay, we're on a roll. Okay, Carolina has problems to enter, but I have her here on the Discord. So if anyone has a question for her, tell me. I will type it to her, and then I will tell you the answer again. Okay, Aristides, while you're there, we have a question for you from online. I will ask that while people think of questions here. Would the fact that the tooth is outside of the mouth make a difference on the results, so on the traces that are created? And do you have any experiments planned with some kind of fake jaw for the teeth?
So, well, thank you very much for the question. Well, first of all, on the enamel properties, we cannot see such an important mechanical change, let's say. This is the reason why we decided to standardize the geometrical degree in this experiment in order to have a similar effect like the one that we could have during the conduction of the activity. However, one solution in this thought could be like the joining of some of the bones or of the bones that we have that at least they can like complete like, let's say, a medium arc or a whole arc if we have like the whole dentition, to use like some tape in order to put them like together and try to simulate like the human arc of that we can find like in the maxillary or the mandibular. Actually, this is one step that we have decided to do, and in this point right now we are mostly on the finding, let's say, of more deciduous teeth in order to replicate better the striations on this specific type of dentition of which is not the permanent one.
Okay, thank you. I mean, I think really if you're dedicated to the cause, you should, cut your own teeth with flint, but that's fine. Does anyone in the audience have a question for any of the speakers? Yes. Do we want to do where's Juca? Could we do a translation from Portuguese to English for the speaker?
Na verdade, a pergunta era para Carolina.
For Carolina. My name is Alex. I am an archaeologist and a tattoo artist, and I wanted to understand if blood and the oil of the water, if those were chosen to dilute some sort of pigment, either mineral or organic, or if it was like a Vaseline of sorts to try to remove the resistance of the needle, which in the case was a bone, but to verify something. So I'd like to understand how the process is made. Repita a pergunta. Você precisa digitar isso aqui em inglês, porque ela está no Discord, ela está aqui nesse app. Ela não está
when she responds. Does anyone have any other questions for anyone? Yes.
I have a question to Lucia, and yes, I have training. Okay, so up to the physical tests. You want to test fresh bones only, because you know that when you are dealing and thinking about the properties of this mechanics stuff of bones, you can also you know, when this bone is processed like boiled or something differently, it gets some different properties, and so it will be really interesting to do really wide physical testing. Yes, what do you think?
Yes, I totally agree, and I was also thinking that today during the workshop while we were talking and doing like our own stuff, because it really is so different. And also in the case of the archaeological sites we work with, they consume the animals and then they use the same bones. So, but that doesn't mean that they use it like in the very moment they ate or they cut the animal to have the meat. So like maybe it could wait for a long period until they use it. So yes, I should definitely do a research with a great variety in different states. It's not that I have like decided yet, but I was thinking of it. Yeah, so yes, definitely.
We will all hold you to that. Do we have Justino or Gregorson as well? No. Okay. Well, never mind. I have a question for them, but I will ask them afterwards. Does anyone else have any other questions for anyone? I'm asking your question. If she doesn't reply in the next 5 minutes, I will tell you personally so that and share it with everyone in the next session. Okay, I don't think we have any more questions online either. Unless I don't know if Lucia and Aristides, you have any questions for each other. You have very different areas though, so I think it's probably not as related. Then I think we will end this session now. Thank you very much to our speakers. Thank you, Aristides. Thank you, Lucia. And thank you to our online speakers for being here.
Thank you.
So we will have a break now. Yes, we'll have a coffee break now. We will come back here in 15 minutes, please. 15 minutes. we start the next session, we have an answer for the question about tattooing, which she needs to put yeah, well, anyway. So the inks were used as to dilute the pigment. So dilution of the pigment was the answer to the question for the inks. So that was it.
Okay, thank you, Matilda. Let's begin. Vamos recomeçar com a próxima sessão. Sessão 4, ossos, madeira
session
e
number 4,
têxteis.
bone,
Vamos começar com a
wood and
apresentação de
textiles. So we will begin with Julia Camargo's presentation, my dear student.
Não sei, cadê o Luan? Foi buscar café? Você consegue passar os slides aí? Então, pronto.
Boa tarde, gente.
Good afternoon. First of all, I'd like to begin by apologizing to my Brazilian colleagues. This presentation was made in English, and I don't have the dexterity that some of you have to switch languages so easily. So with the text entirely in English, and if I speak Portuguese, I'll lose myself. So I will betray everyone, and I'll do my presentation in English. Sorry. Então, vamos começar. O meu nome é Julia Camargo. Eu sou uma aluna da Universidade Federal do Rio Grande do Sul e hoje essa pesquisa foca na compreensão dos objetos feitos de osso e chifre em sítios arqueológicos que são localizados bem próximos um ao outro, e ele analisa diferentes tipos de artefatos e o seu processo de manufatura com o objetivo de realmente identificar os sítios. Então, aqui nós temos algumas considerações antes de começar. Então, esse é um trabalho atual e é um contínuo, né? Então, esses resultados são parciais, está nos estágios iniciais, então ainda tem muito trabalho a ser feito. A hipótese principal é que, dada a proximidade e a semelhança entre os sítios, os 4 teriam, pelo menos, tecnologia semelhante quando nós falamos de artefatos de ossos.
So to start this presentation, I would like to tell you a little bit about the archaeological sites and where they are found. These 3 of these sites, Ondina, Brazil, Negrinho de Oliveira, and Newton Dutra, are cerritos. They are mounds usually found in marshy environments with great morphological complexity, varying in shape, size, and height. They are spread across the south of Brazil, eastern Uruguay, and Argentina. The construction of these sites is attributed to the Charrua, Minuano, and Guarani groups. And the 4th site classifies as a shell mound. They are monumental man-made heaps of shells. But alongside the 2 shell mounds that stand out in the landscape of the Casca site, is possible to identify a 3rd mound that stratigraphically is more similar to a cerrito. Casca and Negrinho de Oliveira have been dated to approximately 2,000 years before present, but these dates have not yet been published. And as you can see here in this map, that I don't know if you guys can see very well, but these sites are located in between the Lagoa dos Patos and the Atlantic Ocean. So the region's geological formation resulted from ancient sea level changes, creating a diverse system of marine barriers, sandbanks, lagoons, marshes, beaches, and dunes. This environment serves as a home to a vast variety of animal species. So here is how I've been classifying these artifacts. I don't know, you guys can see it, okay? There are 3 main categories: perforated, perforating tools, and others. And if you guys are confused about the names of the categories, it's because the translation problem that Lucia mentioned. I just translated what I wrote in Portuguese. These are the names I gave them in Portuguese. These categories divide themselves in types. So to make this division, initially I considered morphology, raw material, and size. As you can see here, there are 2 types of perforated artifacts, 7 types of perforating tools, and up until now, only 1 type in the others category. Very briefly, here's one specimen of each type. Oh, I'm sorry. I mistook the notebook for the thing. Yeah, so here's very briefly one specimen of each type and their characteristics. Starting with the perforated ones, I don't know, I think you guys are not going to be able to see them very well, so I'm going to describe them. So type 1 is A1 is a kind of a small, very thin ring made out of fish vertebra, whereas type 2 is a hyperostic pterygophore with a big hole on it that I'm not sure what's that about yet. And so the perforating tools, yeah, that's it. The perforating tools, I've created these categories according to the order I was identifying them. So I believe types 1 and 2 are most likely the same type of artifact. They are separated because all the artifacts in type 1 are broken basically in the middle. So this is the artifact is a sort of an awl with 2 apexes. And they have the same, they're made from the same material, which is the metapodial bones, and they have similar shapes and measurements. Type 3 also has 2 apexes, but is made out of antler, and it has kind of the same measurements. And type 4 is made from a deer metapodium, but is only made, but it only has 1 apex. And type 5 is this one that is more, that's smaller and is more like a projectile point. Also, this bottom part is very cylindrical, which is really nice. Type 6, it is very similar to the type 2 that I showed in the other slide, but it has about half its size. So the other one has about 80 millimeters. This one goes up to 40. And the type 7 is really similar to type 1, but instead of a metapodium, it's made out of another type of lung bone. The others category is just this antler that has clearly been modified, but I didn't analyze him that much yet. So let's start to talk about my experimental part. While I'm still in the early stages of this phase, experimental archaeology has already been fundamental to the development of this paper. For now, the experiments only have focused in the perforating tools made out of bone. While analyzing the archaeological sites, I found 2 artifacts that provided a starting point for understanding how to replicate them. The first one being this epiphysis, which has been cut off and has a lot of cut marks. The first one was actually this type 4 artifact that has a cut off epiphysis, but also he was cut in the middle, he was bipartitioned. The aphysis, the middle part of the bone, which means these vertical cuts on the sides, dividing the bone vertically. And the other part was, the other artifact that I found was this epiphysis, which has been cut off. Observing the rest of the material, I found that there was a lot of items with cut marks on them, which led me to believe that this is where I should start. This should be my very first step when dealing with experimentation. So instead of obtaining the piece of bone I wanted by fracturation, knapping, or grooving, as is observed in other bone industries, perhaps I should start by sectioning them. The second part of this process is to understand the resources they had available, and I know this map is a lot, but I wanted to understand the resources they had, and previous studies on the central coast of Rio Grande do Sul mentioned that lithics are normally sparse in the archaeological registry, That is because, as we can see on the map, this whole yellowish area is just dunes, is just sand. So there's not a lot of stone available. In the literature, we can also find the mention of mostly basalt, sandstone, and quartz, or polished granite. And if we look at the lithostratigraphic map, we can find a few possible sources for this material, such as the basalt on the northernmost part of the state, the sandstone close to the center, and quartz and granite that are also not that far. In most of these sites that are part of my research, there are mostly very few and very sparse agate and quartz flakes that I was able to find. And all of this was taken into consideration before experimentation started. Another thing to consider that we discussed during the workshop was the fact that deer bones are not easy to come by in Brazil. So they were replaced with sheep metapodials, which tend to have the same thickness, similar shape, but smaller size. There is a market for consumption of sheep bones in handmade cutlery. However, they are normally treated with chemicals, mainly to clean, allow part of the fat on the bone to remain, and prevent mold from growing. Even though the fat is preserved, these are dry bones that have undergone chemical treatment, so the results of the fractures when napping compared to the use of fresh bones may vary. Cutting them, in my opinion, is less of a problem, but still dry bones are hard to work with, so they were rehydrated before the experiments by soaking them for at least 20 hours before starting, and also by having water nearby to wet them during the experiment. My very first attempt at experimenting that I will be describing here was to, was to create a type 2 artifact, so that all with 2 apexes, using sandstone to cut and to grind, because that was something I had a lot. I had a lot of sandstone available when I was doing this. So first, the debitage process, which is, I started by cutting both of the epiphyses off, sectioning the bones, shown there on the first picture, and then to divide the diaphyses into by partitioning them, I did one side at a time, because cutting from kind of like from the top, doing this doesn't work very well. I couldn't control the flake as I wanted, so I did one side at a time. And after dividing them, I started the façonnage, grinding using a sandstone block, focusing on abrasive moments on the ends, one at a time, creating the apexes, as you can see on these last pictures. To finish the artifact, I've thinned it a little bit, because that was what I had in the seen on the archaeological record. So I just pressed the artifact against the sandstone block, kind of like this, and just probe it, and it worked. And also to keep the sides that I cut separately the same size. And then I've rounded a little bit, as you can see in those 2 pictures. That one, it is before rounding. The middle of the artifact is a little bit more squared, and this one, the final result that I'm not sure you guys can see pretty well, but it is a little bit more rounded. Throughout the experiments I took, oh, I'm sorry, I'm confusing the things. Yeah, there's two keyboards in front of me. So to finish the artifacts, throughout the experiment, I took detailed notes and photographs using technical sheets that were proposed by Gabriela Mingato's thesis. And that's not the slide I wanted to show you, it was this one. And I also did a lot of sketches that are kind of ugly, but they were essential for my work, because they helped me record what worked well, what mistakes I've made, how I corrected them, my body and hand positions, the placement of the tools I used, which parts were challenging, the directions I was using when grinding and sectioning, and I've documented everything I could, many details as possible. Here's the other attempts I made at replicating bone tools. They went pretty much or less the same way. This is, for example, is a type 4 artifact that I was talking about them during the workshop today. So basically it has a diaphysis that is cut diagonally, which someone commented that it seems someone's trying to make their life a little harder, but yeah, that's how it went. So I use, instead of sandstone, I use agate flakes and a big block of granite to grind. And another experiment I made, even though cutting the bones has worked perfectly well, is fracturating them with the only goal of observing how they break and to compare that to what was left in the archaeological record. As I've said before, experimental archaeology has helped me a lot with this research, even if it's on its initial state. Because this was the very first time I had contact with this type of material, so in the beginning I was a little bit lost about what should I look for in the first place. And the procedure of creating these pieces has helped me to raise questions about my sample. I've looked at what was left, those things that are not the artifacts, but are in the archaeological record, and I started to question if these broken bones are broken because of taphonomy reasons, or if they've been broken with a method and a purpose behind. And I'm able to look at the marks in them, their textures, and see if there's something more in there that I should be paying attention to, if they were processed in any way. I remember someone yesterday was talking about fake archaeological artifacts. That's kind of what I'm doing here. I'm looking at what I'm making and seeing if they're somehow related to the artifacts, or just, you know, because of time or because of pressure and things like that, they're breaking. So analyzing and replicating this material simultaneously has opened my eyes and expanded my knowledge and my goals and my sample, allowing for a more complete work. So another thing in my mind when looking at this material is the resources. As we saw, there is not a lot of lithic material in the sites, perhaps because people would simply not leave their stone tools behind. But I still wanted to look at other possibilities. So I was thinking about this place that is full of sand, water, and shells, and I've decided that I would try to experiment with something besides stones. I still have not yet tried, but I know that using sand to polish bone is possible. So I thought, what about the shells? And I also know that there are archaeologists that work with shells in bone. So I've used an Amianthus purpurata shell that is really common in the archaeological record to cut and scrape, shave, and polish the leftovers of my experiments. First with a normal entire shell, and then I broke it a little bit to see the difference, and it worked. The goal now is to use shells to fully replicate an artifact, reproducing this experiment in a more systematic way. Besides that, here are the very next steps on this research. First of all is to establish a replication protocol and the chain opératoire of the other types of artifacts, since I'm only working with type 2 and type 4 right now. Especially those made out of fish, bone, and antler. And also to try to different materials like quartz, basalt, and sand on the débitage and façonnage stages to replicate all the types of artifacts they already found, and to compare the experiments with the archaeological artifacts to understand which of these tools was used in their manufacture, using a microscope to observe the markings left on them. To conclude, this research aims to gain a deeper understanding of these artifacts, their stages of production, and the diverse ways in which these cultural groups interact with their environment and with each other and utilize its resources. Thus far, experimental archaeology has proven to be an indispensable framework for guiding this research, assisting in the validation of existing hypotheses like the débitage by sectioning and by partitioning, and also the formulation of new ones like the shells and the sand. So that was it. Before I end, I would like to thank the opportunity of presenting at this conference. I would also like to thank my advisor, Professor João Carlos, from the Federal University of Rio Grande. I would also like to thank My co-advisor, Dr. Gabriela Mingatos, from the Laboratory for Human Evolutionary Studies at the University of São Paulo. She's been co-advising me and guiding me through every step of this research. I also would like to thank Professors Mercedes Okumura and Astolfo Araújo, that they both have opened their respective laboratories for me in São Paulo, and they've enabled my researches there. And finally, I would like to thank the National Council for Scientific and Technological Development, CNPq, that has been funding my research. Thank you.
Obrigado, Júlia. Vamos chamar agora para a próxima apresentação. Lembrando que
So now, the next presentation will be happening because the questions are going to be later. Okay, so now I will call Dominica. Dominica Tocarge. Dominica Tocarge. Bem-vinda.
On our computer, so we will do the next talk, which is online, while we find it, and then we will go back to Dominica.
Hello and greetings from Poland. My name is Grzegorz Osipowicz, and the title of my speech is Wooden Sleeves from Subneolithic Sites in Szwentoj, Lithuania. What was the function? This presentation was to summarize our traceological studies on the function of these fascinating wooden artifacts from the sites in Szwentoj, Lithuania. However, traceological studies of wooden products turn out to be more difficult than we thought, and the problem of slips from Szwentoj requires more extensive research. Additionally, we have received funding for an international research project that is also researching the function of these artifacts. It allows for conducting more precise and multifaceted studies in this area than previously planned. For this reason, we will not present final answers to questions about using these objects in the presentation. We will only tell you about the experiments conducted so far and the first results of microscopic analysis. Instead, we will present the assumption of the aforementioned research project in which experimental archaeology plays a key role. The complex of sites at Šventoj in Lithuania was discovered in 1966 during irrigation works carried out at the region. Human occupation phases at different sites were C14 dated to different periods. However, all of the artifacts discussed here come from the sites dated Subneolithic, the period between 3200 and 2500 Cal BC. These sites were interpreted as habitation sites, refuse layers, fishing stations, and possibly pile-dwelling settlements. Excavations carried out at the sites in Šventoj led to collect a rich number of artifacts from organic raw materials, large parts of which were various types of wooden products. Here you can see the examples of wooden artifacts discovered in Šventoj, like pestles, here, laced prongs, here, shafts, paddles, handles of vessels, cinters, bows, and arrows. Traceological studies of prehistoric wooden artifacts are one of the weaker developed branches of this method. The singular studies of this type have been discussed in a few articles, some of which are included in this slide. This situation is due to many factors. First of all, prehistoric wooden artifacts are extremely rare. Second thing is that wood is a very soft organic material, which means that the post-depositional processes destroy its surface very fast. So they destroy the potential technological and user traces as well. It makes traceological analysis very often impossible. Last but not least here is that prehistoric wooden artifacts must usually be subjected to the conservation process immediately after the excavations. Its matter and course are also of a key importance for the possibility of conducting traceological research. All of these make traceological analysis of wooden artifacts challenging. We would like to make this process easier thanks to the studies planned in the PARTS project. The full title of the PARTS project is Plant Raw Materials in the Life of a Middle Holocene Hunter-Gatherer-Fisher Communities of the Southeastern Coast of the Baltic Sea. Project founded by the National Science Center of Poland and the Research Council of Lithuania is realized in the collaboration between the Nicolaus Copernicus University in Toruń, the Lithuanian Institute of History, and the National Museum of Lithuania. The PARTS project has two main goals: archaeological, which is contributing to a better understanding of the Stone Age hunter-gatherer communities, and the methodological, which refers to the need to develop a correct methodology for researching ancient products made of plant raw material. At the archaeological level, the main goal is to build a comprehensive knowledge of producing and using products made of plant materials, wood and plant fibers, by hunter-gatherer-fisher communities inhabiting the eastern Baltic lowland in the Middle Holocene. We want to deepen our knowledge on the importance of the type of raw materials in the production of wooden and other plant objects, techniques and tools used to make objects from wood and plant fibers, ways of using different wooden objects and plant fiber products, the role of stone artifacts in the processing of plant materials, and the role of plant materials in the everyday life of hunter-gatherer-fisher from the Middle Holocene. From a methodological perspective, the project's main objective is to formulate the base of a methodology for the traceological analysis of wooden artifacts, which will be adopted to the unique features with particular emphasis on the research protocol aimed at interpreting the function. The research conducted in the project raises many important questions, such as: to what extent can the methods developed for the microscopic analysis of stone and bone objects be applied to wooden artifacts? And the second, what additional criteria and procedures are necessary to conduct a reliable and correct traceological analysis of prehistoric wooden artifacts? Moreover, during our research, we will analyze the significance of post-depositional and conservation processes for preserving technological and usual traces on wooden objects. The research conducted in PARTS project will include dendroarchaeological studies and macro-remain studies for plant and wood tax identification, technological analysis of wooden and plant artifacts from Świętoj, and as the third, usual analysis of the artifacts. The leader of the project from the Polish side and its coordinator is the saying these words Grzegorz Osipowicz. Dr. Gita Pilichauskas from the Lithuanian Institute of History leads the research conducted by the Lithuanian side. However, many other scientists from various research centers are also involved in the project, the most important of whom are listed on this slide. The aspect of the methodological studies conducted in the PARTS project is experimental research, which aims to create a reference base of technological and usual traces forming on the wooden objects necessary for the plant traceological analysis. This research will be conducted during the 2 international camps of experimental archaeology, referred to in the project as experimental archaeology research. The first one of 1,170 experiments will be conducted to replicate various technological traces, such as those related to grinding, splitting, carving, scraping, and others. During the second experimental archaeology research, we will perform almost 500 experiments aimed at replicating traces created by using wooden objects. Additionally, the project will conduct experiments with processing plant raw materials, with the grindstone tools, and experiments with waving the cords. You can find out more about the projects on its website. Now let's return to the main topic of this presentation, namely research on the function of wooden sleeves from Świętoj. These fascinating and unique artifacts have appeared in relatively large numbers at sites in Świętoj. They consist of 2 matched halves, as you can see here, with 2 notches carved on the poles, as you can see here. The artifacts are primarily interpreted as the elements of hafting systems, sleeves for stone axles, making it possible to connect them with shafts, as you can see here. The first traceological studies of these artifacts showed the presence of smoothing and compression cracks inside the notches. Still, it is difficult to judge the origin at this research stage. Therefore, we decided to plan and conduct an experimental research program that would allow for the classification of traces that appear on such objects, used for various activities, and the hafting of tools made of different types of raw materials. We started our research with experiments with a mounted stone axe similar to those found at the Świętoj sites. They showed the extraordinary usefulness of sleeves for mounting stone axes, which, in our opinion, was definitely superior to the traditional system of direct attachment in shafts. I mentioned these experiments at the previous experimental archaeology conference in Tor. In the following research stage, we continued our experiments using sleeves for hafting tools used for woodworking. In this area, we performed the first experiments with the use of rim tranchets. In the second stage of work, we have realized experiments with the use of bone tools of that type. We also conducted chiseling experiments where the sleeves were struck with a wooden hammer. The first traceological analysis carried out on the experimental sleeve led to the discovery of quite diverse usual traces on the surface. They are dominated by various types of abrasions and crushing of wood fibers, compression traces such as cracks, as well as smoothing and polish of various characteristics. It seems that traces related to use of tools made of different raw materials generated damage of various characteristics on the sleeves. However, as mentioned in the introduction, this problem requires further in-depth research. That's all. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, now we are back to Dominika.
Voltamos a Dominika. Dominika, tocas?
Okay. Good afternoon. The topic of my presentation is an interdisciplinary project carried out together with Dr. Urszula Warzyńska and Tomasz Siwulski. It is a part of my ongoing PhD project. In my PhD project, I am focusing on examining whether the bone tubes specimen may have played a role of sound generators. But this presentation is limited only to the digital sound reconstruction carried out together with researchers from University of Science and Technology of Wrocław. Yes. So during experiment we used an CFD simulation, and CFD is a branch of fluid mechanics that use numerical methods to solve fluid flow problems. Numerical methods sometimes are used in the case of archaeomusicology, but not directly this CFD, but different types. It is the discover of the paper is an example of such research from Anna Gruszyńska-Ziółkowska, musicologist from Warsaw, and she was her colleagues were examining the different kind of music instruments, idiophones. I am dealing with aerophones, so YX is the CFD here. And also, in this case, the non-destructive nature of digital sound reconstruction also is significant. Each step of analysis based on digital models. Yes, so the aim of the project was to determine the pitch and sound intensity of models of archaeological edge flutes as a function of airflow velocity. In this project, there was a lot of different steps, including physical testing, 3D modeling, so as the keynote lecture today, and finally CFD simulations. Now we are approaching to the sites where artifacts, these bone tubes, came from. Closer. Oh, and so there are corded wire bone tubes. It's an analytic, late Neolithic archaeological culture, and here you can see this all of artifacts which are included in my in this CFD simulation. So they are vary in many aspects, included preservation. So this KW1, KW2 are the best, have the best state of preservation. They are also made of bird bones, but the rest of the artifacts are made from sheep bones or goat bones, mammal bones. Yes, and also this G6 and G8 and K2, they are decorated. I know this isn't visible here, but you can check on YouTube presentation. I think it would be better. Yes, and what is common for all of this, and for me is most important, that all of them have at least one specifically elaborated end. So this end is polished and also beveled, so it's making an edge. And in this, it is bringing us closer to the interpretation that there could be a sound generators, because in this aerophones, this edge flutes, this edge causing the sound to appear. Yes. So, first step was the physical tests. And this, for the physical test, I used bone tubes, which I made 2 years ago, and in the experiment which I was presenting 2 years ago in Exarch and Thorn. So here they are, but before I made later, but I used the same methods. So I recorded all of the course of experiment and use bones and specific flints, which was known from the sites of corded wire sites. Yes. And then, so here we have the measurement station for experimental testing of pipes. So the situation was in the sound-free chamber, and this all of stuff allow us to limit the variations. Yeah. So it's like from this physics stuff. Yes, true. Oh, so this is compressed air supply, and this is flow measurement, and this is throttle valve, this is nozzle, this is examinated object, so this it's B2 in this case. Here is a sonometer, here is microphone, and measurement computer. Yes. All together. So, there are results of this physical testing, and on the right you can see the photo of the B2 during the this physical testing, and this yellow cover plays the same role as the instrumentalist lower lip. Yes, and it is notable that the really small misalignments between the nozzle, the cover, and the examinated object causes sound to disappear. It is also in case when instrumentalist is playing. It is really, you know, you should find this right angle and right, you know, placing of it. On the left there is a sonogram. On the y-axis you can see the hertz. I use the microphone, which is not only for range of human hearing, but also for higher frequencies, which you know, animal could hear. So as you can see, human hearing is ending about 20,000 of hertz. So about the middle of this sonogram. Yes. So from experimental testing to CFD simulation of experimental pipes, because we made this physical testing to compare the CFD simulation of experimental pipes to prove that this method is okay to dealing with these artifacts. Yes, so it is like this. So first dot on this diagram, it is what we are talking on the last previous slide. And here is another preparation of 3D models for numerical simulation based on CFD CT scan. So here this picture combines the CT scans of B2 with photogrammetry of this nozzle and you know, this yellow cover. So to get this relation of localization properly, yes. And then there was a discretization of geometrical models and preparation of numerical models. You know, this was a part of the scientists from physics were doing, yes, not me. And finally, the implementation of CFD numerical calculation. Here is the visualization of the air velocity field, and here are the lines of the airflow. Yes. So the last point was the comparison of physical test and simulation results. As you can see, the frequency and loudness readings from the physical test and the CFD simulations are correlated to some extent. The visible differences may be due to the presence of equipment and flat surfaces during the physical tests, which may have influenced the amplification of the drift frequencies. And as you can see, this on this graph, the orange line is for physical test, and the blue line is for CFD simulation. Yes. And so we are approaching to the simulation of the artifacts, but for this I have to get digital 3D reconstructions of artifacts. And now they are combining two methods, because for the external geometry I use photogrammetry of artifacts, and this the on the left side you can see the screenshots from Agisoft, and this blue rock triangles, they are corresponding to the photos of the artifacts. Yes. And microtomography of the experimental pipes, they are basis for the internal geometry, and this is because the internal geometry is really important while we are talking about our aerophones. Yes, so we can't assume that the inner part of artifacts are the same as they were when they were produced. So because of state of preservation, of course. So also I was modeling this in a Blender, and also I sometimes added some reconstructions of cavities or cracks in these artifacts. Yes. So finally, we get to the result. This is CFD simulation of digital reconstruction of artifacts based on artifacts from Szczepanowice, is SZ1. And as you can see on this graph, they look really good for me, even better than the graphs of this my experimental pipes, which is also notable that, you know, I'm not so good with doing this kind of pipes. And so amplification at individual frequencies are visible, included those beyond the limits of human hearing. The frequency with the highest SPL is 1686 Hz, which corresponds to musical sound G#6. And the loudness is considerable. It is about 70 decibels. It is not beyond the pain limit, but you know, in such high, when we have some such high sound with this decibels is started to consider be not pleasant, so it is negative yes, impressions about it. So going to the interpretations, so all of the artifacts tested were capable of generating sounds audible to humans. Next, the spectrum of the reconstructed sound, high frequencies are prominent. The sound is perceived as loud and high, which make such a sound unlikely to be considered pleasant for the listener. On the other hand, it is specific and different from the sounds of the surrounding world. Yes, and the artifacts come from the graves of the corded ware culture. The economy of this society was based on cattle and sheep farming. The corded ware culture population is characterized by a relatively mobile lifestyle. Ethnographic data shows that this type of community used sound tools with signaling or deterrent functions. We have such communities even in Poland nowadays, in the Carpathian region. That yes, and so for me, most interesting is this part that you know, the higher frequency than we can hear are visible, heard. So it is maybe because the bone tubes was using with the animals, so like this dog whistles, or so like decoys, or like you know, to deterrent, to scare, to aware animal. Yes. So concluding all of this, the bone tubes could serve as signaling devices, deterrents, or decoys. Yes, this is again together. And thank you very much for continuing.
Thank you, Dominica.
Muito obrigada, Dominica. So for the last presentation now, we will have an online participation from Natalie Roy. And then we open for questions and answers, including the people who are watching this online. Olá ao pessoal que está na conferência no Brasil e aqueles.
I'm Natalie Roy. I teach Roman technology, myth makers, and Latin to teenagers in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, USA. My students reproduce the products and processes of ancient Roman daily life through STEM challenges, hands-on history labs, and experimental archaeology projects. Thanks for coming to my presentation, Stepping into Hands-on History, teaching young students how to make Roman leather shoes. If you're interested in contacting me, use the links you see here. The QR code can be scanned, and once you do that, all the text that's brightly colored in this presentation links you to a resource that you should feel free to use in your classroom or museum. During the pandemic, I watched a lot of lectures about the classical world as organizations were trying to stay connected to their members. My favorite lectures were from the Archaeological Institute of America because archaeologists talked about the objects they dug up and studied. I was stunned by a lecture that Dr. Beth Green gave on the archaeological site of Vindolanda on Hadrian's Wall in northern England. In this lecture, she talked about the extensive leather collection that had been gathered at the site, and she explained how the anaerobic quality of the soil at the site preserves leather nicely. She showed numerous slides of Roman leather shoes that had been excavated. I was hooked. And I had a million questions. How are the shoes constructed? How is the leather sourced? Whom do the shoes belong to? I became so obsessed, in a good way, with these questions that I started to research Roman leather shoes, reading all the research of Dr. Green. This positive obsession led me to apply for a teacher scholarship that allowed me to design my own archaeological tour of the Roman sites in England and Wales, including, of course, Vindolanda. This site emphasizes its famous shoe collection with signage and souvenirs, including this one at the entrance of the museum. It was during one of my visits to this site on the trip that by total serendipity, I met Dr. Beth Green after she had just excavated the sole of a Roman leather shoe. When I began to tell her that I wanted to teach my Roman technology students how to make leather shoes, she asked if I might partner with her and her research assistant to experiment with lessons they wrote. Of course, I said yes and excitedly began to plan that unit of study. Before beginning the planning process, I wrote goals for my students, keeping in mind their young ages, 10 to 14, and their ability with skills like cutting and sewing. Because young students spend less time physically writing with pens and pencils these days, they have weaker fingers that can cause issues with tasks that require fine motor skills. I wanted my students to be able to trace patterns, cut them out of leather, and sew them up. I also wanted them to learn about different types of Roman shoes, how they were constructed, and where Roman leather has been found in the archaeological record. I also wanted them to learn from professionals who study leather and use leather in their jobs. Our final product would be one pair of leather carbatini, or indoor shoes, per student. Since I teach 74 Roman technology students, I knew that this was going to be a big project. Before I could plan anything, I had to apply for grant money to cover the cost of leather and leatherworking tools. I secured a grant of $1,000 from Ascanius, the Youth Classics Institute, a classical organization that serves young Latin students. A grant of $2,400 from the Foundation for East Baton Rouge Parish Schools, a charity that helps teachers to realize creative projects not covered by normal funding, and a grant of $500 from the Louisiana Transportation and Research Center for STEM activities. This last organization has funded us 2 years earlier for the Roman Road Project, when we built a 160-foot Roman road through our school's campus. With funding secured, I began reading the research of British archaeologist and leather expert Dr. Carol Vandrel-Murray and adapting her content for my students. On each day of the project, we followed this pattern of instruction: a small lecture about ancient leatherworking, a tool training session, and then a hands-on lab in which the students practiced with that tool so that every single day the students would have direct contact with the experience of an ancient Roman leatherworker or shoemaker. In our first mini project, the students decorated simple leather cuff bracelets. Although the Romans did not have such bracelets, some soldiers wore metal armlets to keep money safe. The students learned to use basic stamps and the leatherworking mallet, as well as how to case leather, wetting the leather so that it can receive and retain stamps. As a connection, I showed students examples of Roman leather stamping found on several shoes from the Vindolanda collection. In our next mini project, the students learned about Roman bullae, or circular ceremonial protective necklaces for children. Female children probably wore very similar lunulae, shaped like crescent moons. Although the surviving examples from the archaeological record are mainly gold, Roman poet Martial mentions them being made of leather for less wealthy children. The students practiced cutting small patterns and then using awls and punches to make holes in their leather. They then learned to sew up the necklaces with simple needles and thread. Although we were not being absolutely faithful to the Roman process and materials, the students were building the skills they needed for later shoe construction and decoration. During this long process of learning, we took a couple of breaks to hear from the experts. Dr. Beth Green spoke to us via Zoom about the shoe collection at Vindolanda and kindly answered many questions from my students. In addition, Mr. Chadwick Chenever, a local baseball glove repairman, visited the class to talk about his work conditioning leather gloves for local and professional baseball players. We were amazed to learn that some of the modern tools he uses are exactly like ancient Roman leatherworking tools. As the students learned about leather production and sourcing at the edges of the Roman Empire, our leather arrived, and we started working with our shoe pattern. Although I had learned about shoemaking from historical shoemaker Martin Moser, I did not have a working Roman shoe pattern that we could adjust to fit the various sizes of feet of my students. We eventually settled on this one, which worked really well. This lesson taught the students how to cut out a pattern and alter it to fit their feet. A note here about why we chose the Carbatina shoe to replicate. I knew that outdoor shoes with nailed soles would require much more complicated leather forming, including using a last, the foot-shaped molding device seen on tombstones of Roman leatherworkers, and still used today. With 25 students in each class working simultaneously, I knew purchasing this expensive equipment would not be possible. Thus, we chose a shoe recommended by shoemaker Martin Moser that we knew we could produce with minimal technical skill. The next phase of the project was nerve-wracking because the students had to trace their patterns on the leather hides that cost almost $1,000. Although the Romans would not have used blue ballpoint pens to trace their patterns, we had to make some authenticity concessions. This task proved difficult for some students who did not have the fine motor skills or patience to trace their left and right shoe patterns meticulously, but helpful friends stepped in when necessary. Next, the students cut their patterns out. Again, we used a tool the Romans would not have had to retain some safety for my young students. Sharp, oversized scissors meant for cutting cardboard. While not period, they worked well and no one got hurt. Next, the students had to use their sewing skills to sew up the heels of their shoes. A lot of students struggled with this task because sewing through leather is hard. I had to step in and use a multi-pronged awl to move things along. Last, we strung the shoes with thin leather cord according to the pattern, and the shoes really came to life. Some students with extra time decided to stamp patterns on their shoes. Others chose to decorate them with punches in different shapes and patterns. And the students were intrigued to learn about the famous pattern punch shoes found at Vendelanda, London, and northern Germany. We celebrated our shoe project completion with a fashion show along our Roman road. The students walked the Roman road runway to show off their productions, and we took lots of pictures to memorialize the event. I asked the students to wear colorful socks on the day of the shoe show as an homage to the famous Roman red sock in the British Museum. The next phase of the project has just begun. We're testing the shoes for wear patterns as we wear them around the school on different surfaces, mainly smooth concrete, rough concrete, and smooth marble tile. The students are recording these patterns on a data tracker until the end of our school year in late May. At that time, we'll evaluate our shoe construction to identify patterns and make observations. I asked the students to give some feedback on the project, so here are a few of their thoughts. I enjoyed feeling like I spent time in class learning useful skills that I can apply to everyday situations. I think this job was very tedious for ancient shoemakers because they had a specific time limit to make many shoes in different styles for different people. It was probably very hard for them to get everything done on time while also making sure the shoe is perfect enough to sell. I like my shoes and can't believe that I was able to make them. I know I shouldn't think that way. You helped me to change that thought because in the beginning I thought I would fail. Thank you for helping me and dealing with our attitudes and when we don't listen, because in the end, I learned something. A thing that doesn't happen much in my other classes. I appreciate that. Since we've begun the process of testing our shoes, students have begun to reflect not only on the effect of the surfaces on our shoes, but the effect of flat, unsupportive shoes on modern feet that normally wear very shock absorbent and supportive shoes daily. They've asked if Romans had healthier or stronger feet than modern people. Although leatherworking may seem like a daunting project to consider with young students, I'm here to say that it can be done. With patience and instruction on the smaller skills such as cutting and sewing, you can be successful. In closing, I remind teachers of young students, kids need hand-on instruction to help them truly understand the ancient world. In literature, the voices of ancient craftspeople are often silent, as they did not have the time or resources to write down their processes. They surely had a wealth of knowledge to share. To access that knowledge, teachers should use experimental archaeology and hands-on history more often with their young students. Thanks for coming to my talk. I hope you enjoyed hearing about this amazing project.
Ok, bom, obrigado.
Okay, well, thank you, Natalie. Apparently, the ones online would not be able, are not here for our questions. So for those of you who have questions for those who are here in person, para quem tiver pergunta para o pessoal que está aqui, alguém tem alguma pergunta? Nós temos alguns minutos para isso. Que é muito legal, eu fiquei muito impressionada.
Decibels, I think you mentioned that's quite loud. And I was wondering if you varied the intensity of the air blowing into the tubes and if that impacted or...
Yes, because with this physical testing, we found the highest strength of blowing and it was the case that should be the highest intensity, but as you can see on this comparison between physical testing of this my pipes and the CFD of my pipes, in the CFD simulations the decibels were lower. So maybe this 70 is not enough decibels. And you know, I can add that this physical testing was really hard for me because for all of our three, because you know, it was really loud, high sound of my experimental bone tubes, and we were recording it for 5 times because it's experiment, yes, so it should be more than once and at least this 5 times by the minute each one tube. So it's okay. I hope I answered your question.
We have online questions.
Also for Dominica, so stay standing. Did you notice any differences between the mammal and the bird bones, also in terms of sound, for example?
You know, these differences are they are visible, but they are more because of you know, form of these bones, because the bird bones are long and not so wide. Yes, so the sounds are higher in this case, and it should be also have some impact the material, yes, because the elastic of material and also density is play the role of the with the sound. But you know, I also made this. I print these artifacts on the 3D printer, and this material which are from the 3D printer is completely different. Yes, it has a really small density, and sound is really quite similar. For I think for normal ear, it's not to differ. Yeah. So.
Thank you, Dominica. Mais alguma questão? Alguma pergunta? Mais uma online?
For Julia, we have one asking what were the objects used for, and then a follow-up was with the rounding versus not rounding of the thing. Could the rounding be due to use in terms of what they were used for? But yeah, first question, I guess, what were they used for?
So in terms of function and use, I'm not gonna dwell on that much during this research because I don't have much time. I'm about to graduate, thankfully. So the main goal of this project was basically just understand how they were made. And I used the same block of sandstone that I used to grind. I just put the bone in another direction and did this sort of movement, which is kind of weird. Imagine the bone in between my fingers. I did this, and it worked. It rounded it. So, but the use could be, but all of them, even the ones that they don't have a lot of markings on them, they all have this rounded shape. So I thought it was something that they were rounded before use, and so I guess I rounded them. But that's a really nice point. I never thought that perhaps it was something related to you. So that's a really nice observation.
Thank you, Julia.
Obrigada, Julia. Thank you. Any more questions? No? Okay, so we will close for now. Tomorrow we will be back with the workshops in the morning, and in the afternoon we will have more presentations. So see you tomorrow, guys. Thank you.
E caso alguém não tenha pegado os seus materiais lá no credenciamento, a gente tem mais bolsinhas lá das pessoas que não pegaram.